Hello.
Hey!
Hello.
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 So we're just going to check position. Okay, just sound check, guys. Just let us know.
You have
an echo.
Thomas.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe
for me.
Maybe yours is off.
I see.
I don't know why I have an echo.
Oh man, I want some echo too.
Big echo.
Echo.
Still, can you still hear me? Now this is another microphone, so no, maybe not. How is it going with the sound? Echo.
I think we have echo still.
Okay, I have no idea where does the echo comes from.
Is the echo still here? Is the echo
We hear me?
Thomas
has no echo.
We all have echo.
Okay, hold on. So if I don't have an echo, so
Ah, echo on everyone but Thomas. Donc en fait, on a tous de l'écho. Vraiment, on a tous de l'écho là?
How about now? I echo.
Ah,
Joonas echoes.
Oh, I
say
do.
Pia is okay. Trish
Now
and
it's okay.
Joonas echo.
Woo!
c'est
We
cool.
did it!
okay.
Perfect.
Woohoo! Now I want
Echo.
Okay, awesome. You're all awesome. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's a very complex setup. So we are right now like in all parts of the world, and we are through Skype, and we have like the heaviest like OBS setup I have ever done. So it's really cool that it's even working. So welcome everybody. Thank you for coming. So this is like our small little party to like kind of celebrate with you the upcoming release of ScourgeBringer coming tomorrow. So here we have all the production team. So we have Pia, who's been narrative designer on the game. We have Trish, who's been community manager and also community person for us for quite some time. We have Adrien, who have been working on the comic and on the soundtrack cover, and there is Florian, who has been making all the graphics from the game, and of course me, Thomas, who's been like the developer. And so thank you to all of this team, because it's been like a super cool ride, and I guess we are all quite proud of the game. And what we wanted to do tonight is, so during the first hour of this show, we are going to discuss together about each of their respective work. And after that, Joonas is going to take over the stream and is going to give us a full preview of the soundtrack of the game, and with his own commentary with how did it made it and so on. And so during this stream, you are going to have the opportunity to win some real world pizza. And so what we are going to do with this is that we are first going to say hi to the Dear Villager people who are in the chat and helping us. So Dear Villagers is our publisher, so they are here helping us and also handling all this pizza stuff. And so just give me a second. I'm going to try to find back where did I go to pizza. Okay, so here's the deal. Just let us know in the chat what kind of shape you would slice your pizza into. Like, is it triangles? Is it squares? Or is it like, you know, the spiral type? And like you grab just one side and you...
You get to spin it.
Yeah, and just spin it and you get it. And what we are going to do is that there is going to be like a giveaway going on. So there is right now 3 people who are going to be selected to get a pizza. We are either going to give you a coupon to like order yourself a pizza, and if we can't, we are going to like maybe order ourselves a pizza for you. And so this is going to be handled by the people in the chat, and so our Villagers colleagues. So in the chat, I believe we have Mikael and we have Lou. And I hope you are all doing very fine. So yeah, there's really a lot of people we already do, that's cool. And so there's going to be 3 pizza now. There are going to be 3 pizza at the break. We are going to make a break before Joonas take over the stream. And we are going to get 4 more pizza by the end of the stream. And I've also been hearing that there are going to be more pizza for our people on the Discord. So there is also going to be some people selected, most likely by the hand of Trish.
The hand of Trish.
Yeah, the hand of Trish. So we already have, so I'm just going to say stop in a few seconds. And when I say stop and the text disappear, it means that the draw is closed. And you are going to get the results a bit later. So maybe the villager is going to send you direct messages, or maybe after the stream, we are going to check all the results and send you all the pizzas. All right, 3, 2, 1, end. Okay, so and we can start the stream. And since there is like right now Trish in the middle,
yeah, like
we may be going to start with Trish. And I believe like you're just in front of a background from Dark. That's it.
No, you weren't supposed to say anything. That was gonna be like the giveaway. Yeah, I'm in front of a Dark. It's a show on Netflix, but we're not gonna talk about that right now. But I'm a little bit obsessed.
So you've been with us for, I can't remember, 9 months since the beginning of 2020, or maybe even before.
Oh, before. I think I started like November.
Yeah, it's almost a full year.
Almost a full year. Yeah, it's a long time.
Okay, and so Trish has been like our public voice for all this time. So every time you see like
someone yelling at you,
someone either someone laying at me, and or either like tweeting things on the Flying Hawk Games account, or also writing the newsletter. And of course, managing all the cool people within our Discord and so on, and also helping us on other fronts on marketing, communication, and so I can't remember now. I had the question specifically for you, but I can't remember.
You're like,
it.
Well, time to switch over to the next person.
No. So. Can you tell us something like what was maybe the most funny thing you had to go with our community? Because I know there is a lot of memes, and you often get to add like new emojis to the Discord. No?
Yeah, I think honestly, I think that this community has been like the most fun to work with, which has been a lot of fun. And I think that recently we played like a rock, paper, scissors competition. I really liked that over Discord. That was a lot of fun. And I don't know, I just kind of like talking with the people, and it's kind of cool to see how everyone has sort of like become friends within the Discord. Mm-hmm. So that's been really nice to like see people and say, hey, we want to do like speed runs. Like the speed runs have been amazing. Oh my gosh, like I did not expect them to be so good at the game when I'm so terrible. And then we had a lot of cool YouTubers as well. I think for me, I really like playing like the rock, paper, scissors, which I still have to add those emojis to the Discord. I haven't forgot. I'm sorry. I've been busy, but I'm definitely going to add them so we can. I'm the official rock, paper, scissors referee of the Discord. So yeah, if anybody wants to challenge the challenger right now, you're just going to have to let me know, and we're going to play some rock paper scissors. I
Yeah,
have a
that
very
was
tough job, you know.
so it was actually super funny because I remember that one day I just like launched my Discord and get a message from you, and it was like, we now have an official rock paper scissors champion in our Discord, and I never heard about all of this right before, and she just told me, we now have a champion. I just created the role, and it's the only thing you have to know.
Yeah, that's all you gotta know. Like, this is what you get for giving me power. That's it. Also, what I really like is that I always talk with someone in the Discord. Like every morning, they do like a General Kenobi, hello there, and I do like
Yeah.
the General Grievous thing, or someone does it back now. I like that. That's actually a thing. Like every single day, someone does like the hello there with the General Grievous. I don't know. I just think that like we have a bit of a Kenobi cult going on there. So.
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
it's been super cool. And like everyone's been very, very nice. And it's been really nice just to like honestly, it's been really nice to like yell at people in the Discord, yell at people on the Twitter, but also just like hang out with people. And I also have a cat. We have Scrooge Cat, which is my official cat of the Discord. So I mean, good luck getting rid of me because like there's so much that we have in the Discord now. But
Yeah, so much going on, and yeah. And there's now also an ongoing tradition of like adding a PogChamp emoji right to every people who enter into the Discord, and it's kind of crazy because it goes like for maybe now, it's been what, 1 month,
like,
2 months, and
at least like definitely 2 months or something like that. It's insane. So
yeah, and nobody has ever like missed adding an emoji to it.
no, so people are really like diligent. So yeah, that's been pretty cool.
All right.
Okay,
So, yeah, next person. Let's go for Pia because it's the latest people who have joined the project, and more people deserve to know Pia.
No.
And so Pia has been narrative designer on the game, and we've been doing something unusual with your work. Is that you've been arriving on the project pretty late in the development, and which is something that usually doesn't quite work, or something that doesn't quite pleasant for at least a narrative designer, I assume.
Not really. We are used to be treated like that.
Yeah.
No, to be honest, as a narrative designer, we are really used to rewrite the game several times. So, in a very gamey game like yours, which has a very strong story, but the strong story is the one that is going to happen in the player's minds. It's okay if the game is already a bit more advanced. So when I arrived, of course, the story was already a bit written. But what we did with Thomas and Florian is to sit down together and try to discover all the three together what the story was about. So what was the player doing, who are the characters, and what this action, so it's fighting, but it's fighting in this closed place with all the beautiful art that Florian had already done. What could we find here? And as a narrative designer, I'm like an archaeologist. I'm trying to make some theme, ideas, beliefs emerge from the creator's mind. Basically, I was asking the guys questions. What do you believe? What do you want to tell? Why did you choose this thing and not that thing? And when everything was answered, I took everything and I mixed it a bit. And I wrote a very short summary of what the story will be this time. And they agree with it. So, no, it was really nice to work with you. You are one of the best teams I've ever worked with.
Oh, that's super cool. And
plus
likewise.
one.
Yeah.
Sure.
And yeah, it was really cool working with you two. And what we really liked about your approach and your work is that we of course had some kind of idea or a backbone of story, and we have like maybe values that we wanted to transmit into the game and so on. And what we liked is that you took our idea and you also bring news, because for instance the character of Grid, you fully rewrite it to have like a different tone, and I believe he has a tone that you wanted to have into the game, which is something that we maybe didn't have done in the first place. So
Yeah, what I like is that, so that's the moment when we say every game is political. And so it was quite easy for us three, Florian, Thomas, and me, because we all have the same kind of anti-capitalist ideas, even if we really want you guys to buy the game. So it was not completely difficult to find out what you wanted to tell or what you believe. And yes, we were aligned with that. So when everything is done, when you just have to write the dialogues, that's the nice part. That's the easy part. And yes, Grid is a bit more like patriarchal asshole. I really like the fact that he's a bit more, yeah, but he's a bit more polite than what he used to be, because I really wanted that. As you play as Kira, who is a young girl, I really want the player to feel that he was a threat, even if he did talk to you in a very polite way. I hope people you felt the difference, and if you like the characters, we will. I really wait for people to tell us what they think the characters believe, because they all have relationships between each others, and they all have different goals and beliefs, what we try to express, even if we didn't have a lot of narrative place or space to do it, which was really... Yeah, Grid is a capitalist pig who won't sell me a triple machine gun. Yes, it's that. You have to go check with the other guy if you want a triple machine gun.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And what's cool now in the version that everybody is going to be able to play by tomorrow is that indeed there are new characters into the game, and they are like knowing each other of the presence of each of them, and they often like talk indirectly and so on. So one character is going to tell you, oh, you met this character, tell him to do that and so on. And so it's pretty cool. I guess there is some kind of living story, seeing dialogues that happen as you progress into the game, and gets it. Yeah,
and also
cool.
I think we both agree that we wanted the players to find out what they want to understand about the game, and the different worlds. We have hidden some bad poetry, I have to say. So okay, and I'm a pineapple lover too. I eat my pizza vegan with pineapple. I have to say that.
Pineapple team.
And vegan cheese.
And who likes cucumber over here?
And I like cucumbers. Yes, I love them.
Trish like cucumber.
I'm super down with cucumbers.
Yeah.
So Team Cucumber.
Team Cucumber, rise up, Team Cucumber.
I felt so bad during the development. I'm like, no cucumber. I'm like, I'm gonna be quiet.
That was super funny, because Joonas never told us that he liked cucumber, and he waited like when the game was fully finished and that his work was done. He was like, oh, by the way, I like cucumbers. Drop mic.
Yeah.
Too late now. Too late.
At first, I was a bit worried about all this story about cucumber, which was in the game. I was like, is there a problem with cucumber? Is it something like important that we have to keep in the game? I don't really get it. Please explain to me.
That was also a fun part of your work too, because so the whole story about the cucumber is that I don't like cucumbers, and at some point in our previous games we added some Easter eggs in regard to cucumbers. For instance, in our game New Avoider, while in the loading screen you have like pro tips, and one of the tips read, this game is cucumber free, which was the case. There was no cucumber in the game. So there is an ongoing private joke that all of our games have to be cucumber free. And what we made in ScourgeBringer is that there is a cucumber, so the game is not cucumber free, but once you buy it, the cucumber disappears from the game and never reappears, and you are earned an achievement which is called "You've made the game cucumber free." and so when Pia worked on the game, she was like, "But what's all of this with the cucumber? It makes no sense, and it's like the only occurrence in the game where there is a cucumber." So we explained it to her, and she was like, "I'm going to do something with this." And so the cucumber is actually something that now its presence in the store of Grid actually now has a meaning, and there is a story behind it, behind how a cucumber ended up there.
A sad story.
Yeah, a sad story. Yeah.
So good.
But yeah, that's super cool. And what we really liked is that everybody on the team bring his own idea and our sensibilities. So when we work with other people, or when we work on project as a general, we really like to have people having a free hand on the project, and because we like to trust people and to express themselves, and it's just like the way we work with game, and it's just how we feel comfortable. So we hope that it's the kind of thing that you are going to feel when playing the game, because every part of the game is a part of someone, and it forms like a wall, which holds up quite well to me. And so who's next? So we all now have Adrien, and Adrien also joined us recently, and maybe it was like in the beginning of the summer. So to present Adrien is like our office mate. So he has his office, like 2 offices next to ours. And Adrien is quite talented illustrator. So he's really into he's into comics and illustration, and he has a style on his sound. And I forgot to put your link to your website. So if anyone from the Devillager teams can like retrieve the website of each person on the team and like link to it in the chat, that would be wonderful. And Adrien joined us for a special something that you are going to be able to discover tomorrow, because Adrien made with Pia and a comic, a prequel comic of 12 pages that is going to be available in the supporter pack of the game. And so the story has been written by Pia and it's been illustrated by Adrien. And yeah, so can you talk a bit about the character that you created? Because you created a new character, which is like an ancient warrior compared to Kira.
Yeah. When you talked about working on a comic book for ScourgeBringer, there were like 2 possibilities. We could make a story about Kira, or we could make something that happened before Kira that was some sort of a prequel. And so I wanted to create a character that was in some ways like Kira, where you could see some kind of I don't know how you say it in English, but she was some kind of proto Kira. So I almost forgot the question.
No, it was just
went
about
on a tangent.
It was just like about the character. So the new character is called Rel.
Yeah.
And she's also a warrior who go into the ScourgeBringer, but she has like a different approach from Kira, because Kira is all fighting.
Yeah. So as Kira is all fighting, we needed some character that couldn't win the ordeal, that had to have another strategy against the ScourgeBringer. So with Pia, we found something. I don't know if we can say it for people who haven't read the comic.
Oh, they are going to figure it out.
Okay.
But,
yeah, we can't tell all the story.
Yeah, so it's a short story, and something happens, and it kind of bridge something with the final game. So if you read the comic, you are going maybe to relate to some of the things that you are going to find in the full game. And yeah, so in this supporter pack, you are going to get more stuff, more goodies. So there are also a lot of artworks. There are a lot of game prototypes. So there is like maybe 20-25 early prototypes of the game with a video commentary explaining you what they are and how they work. And so if you want more insight about this, you're going to get it. And tomorrow you're also going to be able to get the soundtrack of the game, and it's going to be available tonight on Bandcamp. So after the stream and after the hearing of the soundtrack, you are going to be able to check it out on Joonas Bandcamp, and you are going to be able to get it on Steam by tomorrow as well. And yeah. So let's get going. So we are going with Florian, and so to make it more comfortable for him, I am going to speak with him in French, and I'm going to try to translate back and forth to English. Donc Florian, bonjour.
Salut tout le monde.
Salut. Donc toi, tu es mon associé partenaire. C'est la personne avec qui je fais des jeux depuis 7 ans. Et donc, y a tellement de choses que tu as mises dans ce jeu, et que même moi, je n'ai presque même pas remarqué à force qu'on ait le nez dedans, quoi. Le meilleur exemple, c'est la dent en or du démon du monde 5. Et donc, est-ce que tu as souvent des trucs comme ça que tu caches, que tu caches. En tout cas, ça fait partie de ta personnalité, quoi. C'est des choses de toi que tu mets dedans, quoi.
Ouais, tout ce qui me fait rigoler, des fois, dès que j'ai une idée qui me passe par la tête, je la mets. Ça rajoute un peu de détails, même des fois avec Adrien, je lui envoyais des images, je disais ça, tu penses que ça passe? Je le mets ou pas? Il était toujours chaud.
Ouais. Je retraduis juste en anglais pour que les gens comprennent. So I just asked Florian what and why does he add stuff like if you already like noticed, but the mini boss devil in the 5th world of the game has a golden teeth, and this is a detail I haven't noticed very late in development. Maybe the enemies were already published into the game, and it's only after that I noticed it. And Florian likes a lot this kind of detail, and what he just said is that it's just because it's fun, and he just like to add small fun things. And yeah, there are several examples like this. So l'autre truc qui me fait rigoler, dans les petits détails comme ça que tu ajoutes parfois, est-ce qu'on peut parler d'un truc qu'on a censuré sur un jeu précédent?
Tu veux parler de l'hélicobite sur les liquides?
C'est des petits détails. Donc Greedy Kid, c'est un jeu avec un sale gosse qui fait plein de bêtises, et on a une animation qu'on a jamais mis dans le jeu parce que ça collait pas en tout cas à nos valeurs, mais c'est des choses qui sont qui arrivent mais qui sont jamais publiées, quoi. Yeah. So I was just referring to an animation from a previous game, Greedy Kid, who it's a game which is about like a very mean little kid, and we had like a very mean animation that we censored because we didn't feel like it was like proper to put into a game, and I don't even know if it's like proper to talk about it, but yeah. And yeah, so Florian is my colleague, and is a person I've been making game with for the past 7 years. So he is as much Flying Hawk Games as I am, and yeah. And now we have Joonas, the sound guy, who's been like making all the music and all the sound. So he's been with us for I believe, I can't remember did we started, maybe half of 2018, can't remember, but,
right at the start of 2019, right
19.
As soon as the year changed,
Yeah,
I
19.
started working on our first GDC build.
Yeah, right, yeah, that was right.
Yeah. Sorry that I'm looking at my phone all the time and trying to log into Twitch. I forgot my password. Very professional, I know. Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah. So and you can experience the very first build of the game in the prototypes. I've added a build to the very first build in which there are sound and music. And it's pretty cool because almost everything was already there. And what was amazing to work with you is that we really felt like you liked the project and you wanted to do things really cool. And I remember that at first we were not supposed to have dynamic music or like multiple tracks with like fighting and exploring and so on. And I remember that you jump into the project and you were like, oh, I really want like to try this and to do this and to do this. And we were like, are you sure? Because that's like that's like maybe twice the work that we were going into. And it was like, could you just let me try? And we let him try, and of course the result was really, really cool. And we went into that rabbit hole, and yeah. Can you talk about like you're most likely going to talk more in depth about this, but about the music that we hear right now, the music that we have in the background, which is the music of the title screen, which is entirely dynamic.
Yeah, indeed. I'll be talking more in detail after this stream on the long music stream where we'll be listening to the soundtrack and I'll be telling about the tracks. But yeah, indeed, dynamic music. We kind of went to town with that, with the menu music, where I was thinking, like the general thinking of the menu music, for instance, was a lot of people just they might open a game and do something else, and the menu is in the background. A lot of times, the menu music is just a quick or very quickly kind of just some loop, right? And I was like, no, for ScourgeBringer, let's try. This was a game where I got to try and experiment a lot, which I'm very thankful for. It was really fun and very kind of just extremely fun to come up with systems and kind of trying to think of lore and stuff. So for the menu, I thought, why not make it so that the menu plays itself, so the music changes every time the song loops, or actually it changes even midway loop. It starts reading, it's like, okay, let's play this, let's play that, no, let's not play that, let's play that. It's just a system of music tracks that goes on and on and on, or separate instruments, and it kind of represents the game in some way, where the game kind of loops and the rooms change to kind of, well, the levels, they change. So I thought, why not do the same with the music? Like the music changes always when it loops. So it kind of ties into the game itself, and it was super fun to make. Very hard to make, but really fun to make.
Cool. And yeah, it's really, and it even changes when you change into menus. When you go into the settings, you are going to notice that the music is going to slightly change into something else. And it does the same if you are in the credits. And in the credits, there is a little sound that you are like describing like it's talking heads.
Yes.
And you can really hear about it when you are like in the credits. You're going to hear something like even like small gibberish like blah 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 blah. And it's, what is this sound? Is it like a synth effect, or is it like a real voice that you deformed, or?
Yeah, it's actually me just saying random stuff in like kind of voice, and
Okay.
then using something called a vowel filter, which is, you know, audio filtering, but it kind of pronounces like vowels, like a, e, o, and just going like with those and kind of talking with that. So when I hear it, I can kind of act with that to make these weird talking heads, which is kind of fun to talk about talking heads. I got kind of obsessed with talking heads in this project, and I'm going to be talking more about them later on. That's
Yes.
going to be probably the biggest this is going to sound super weird, but it's going to be like the biggest thing I'm going to miss with this game was the concept of these talking heads. Super weird, but there's just something clicked.
Yeah, there is quite a bunch of them in the game. Yeah, because it's often like hidden in, because in the game there is, when you play the game, there is 3 different layers of music. There is the battle when you are in a fight. There is the exploration when you are not in a fight, and there is an ambient layer which takes over everything. When I'm like, I'm just laughing at all the gesture of Joonas. It's like making an audio description, and it's awesome.
Oh. Oh no.
Multi-talented.
Oh no. Is this what streaming feels like? I'm a streamer now with my stream deck.
Yeah.
Hello.
Like, punch it. Make sure you like, subscribe, comment.
Yeah.
Ring the notification.
you are like a born streamer, because all you need is like a voice mode, and up here you go.
Thank you for the subscribe. Okay. I'm milking it too much. No.
Some people in the chat actually had a question. How did you both meet?
Florian and me? Or,
No. Well, I mean
us-
Thomas and Joonas.
us
Yeah,
two.
sorry. I was like, how did everyone
Me?
meet? Yeah,
Us and
sorry.
Joonas.
Yeah.
On Twitter, I guess.
Oh, okay. So you were like, can you work on
Because-
this project? And he was like, yeah.
Yeah, we were for quite some time like fanboying Joonas, and
Understandable.
and in fact, it's like we were really pleased to have like a positive feedback from him on accepting to work with us, because Florian and me are kind of like set up the company based on our games of like Nuclear Thrones and Towerfall and so on. And Nuclear Throne is a game that Joonas worked on. And this is from there that we were really into the games, like very juicy games. And I believe that in the game field that we have today, that we developed and our style, we owe it a lot to Vlambeer. And yeah, so it was kind of like closing the loop, I'd say. So it felt like quite obvious to us to at some point at least try to ask Joonas if he would like to work with us, and it clicked, and it's cool. And it's cool. So I remember that the one of the maybe the first mail I've sent to Joonas, and its only answer was let's fucking do it. It was something like this.
Oh, that's so cool.
I'm glad the lighting is like this. I've normally
I think
be,
I can see you blush a little bit. Definitely. I think I see
it's
it.
awkward, super awkward. Yeah,
Someone is very adamant in the chat asking if you can speak Spanish.
I saw that
Spanish. Oh my God,
earlier.
Finnish. Sorry, it's the same
Spanish.
person asking.
See,
Yeah.
uh,
Can you speak Spanish?
no, I actually, this is super random and off topic, but I actually want to learn Spanish. It's such a cool language. It's so vibrant, quick, and to the point. I love it. It's good. Also, Barcelona for skateboarding. Ooh. But so yeah,
True.
indeed, I saw that question earlier, but I didn't really have a good chance to jump in, and I'm still locked out from my Twitch. But so yeah, kyllä, minä puhun suomea. Olen Suomesta. Tässä on studioni tai työhuoneeni Sipoossa. So what I say in Finnish is yes, I speak Finnish, and this is my workroom in Sipoo, which is next to Helsinki, half an hour to the east. Yeah.
Oh, cool. So there you go. You got your answer. Woo!
Cool.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
half English, half Finnish. So
Yeah, I also see people in the chat who are asking where do we come from. So Joonas come from Finland. We have Pia who's coming from France. We have Trish who is coming from Canada, and who is currently swearing in Spanish when she plays Dark Souls.
Yeah.
And we have Adrien, Florian, and me who are all living in France. And yeah, so we have like an international team of people, of cool people.
Yeah.
And yeah, of course. And if you have like more questions, it would feel free to go into the chat.
Spam us with your questions now. We have 10 more minutes.
Yeah.
It's time for the questions. Open the floodgates.
So I see a question from Sparkling Vinegar. So Sparkling Vinegar is actually someone that we know here at Flying Out Games because it's François. And it's someone who we used to make game with. So one of our earliest games, Dead End, has been made with François. And it's someone who we used to make game jams. And he's now living in Canada. And if I get it right, he's working at Square Enix. And
Cool.
so time flight between we were all game jamming 8 years ago, and now people are all over the world working in companies and so on. And yeah, so his question was, does the team has met on a real world, in the real world? Did the team meet in real one?
And I mean, we have
day?
so many questions, guys. You have to answer all the questions.
like-
Okay.
Okay.
So did
Come
we
on,
meet?
Thomas.
The actual thing is that I don't think that everybody on the team has met everybody in real.
Never.
I mean, Pia, you likely maybe just met me. No?
No, I don't remember.
Maybe, I don't know. Can't remember either. You know.
I'm sorry.
And,
We were all supposed to meet this year, but COVID happened.
Yeah. Actually, this online party was supposed to happen in
real life.
Real life, and we were to get everybody flying to Montpellier, but this unfortunately didn't happen. And yeah, we actually, we never meet in the real with Trish, I believe, either. We meet with Joonas once during a Gamescom, and he was like the busiest man because he was doing a game jam with the developer of Goner, which is Ditto. And and yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. And I guess that very few people met Florian because that's the actual funny part. Because Florian is mostly going to one event, which is the Stunfest in France.
Oh, I
and,
have been to the Stunfest in my young years.
Cool. It's a very cool festival that we really really love, and we usually both go there every year. And yeah, it's always super cool. So yeah, questions. There are a lot of questions.
But where are you living, guys? I believe that Thomas and Florian, you were in the same place, but no.
We are.
Ah.
We are both living in the east of France, in Metz.
Okay.
And I think Joonas lives in Finland.
Yep.
Adrien, I don't know where you live.
You said the east of the big city. You said it, Joonas.
Yeah, I live in. Well, actually, someone asked in the chat. Why can't I hear myself? This is weird. Yeah. So I live in Sipoo. Someone asked if I live in Espoo, and this. Welcome to Finland. We have a very weird language, but yeah, Espoo and Sipoo are two different places. But in Sipoo. Yeah.
Yahoo!
Cool.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Okay.
catch up with some questions.
Okay, so we have one other question, which is, would people be able to buy the supporter bundle outside of the Switch version
I
via
don't know.
Nintendo eStore?
No, on the Nintendo eStore there's going to be only the games. There is not going to be the supporter pack bundle or even the soundtrack. The soundtrack itself is going to be available as a standalone, either on Joonas Bandcamp or on Steam, and maybe also on Epic and Good Old Games, I believe. And the supporter pack, I guess it's considered to be a DLC of the game, and I don't think you're going to be able to buy it individually. But I can't be sure, 100% sure about it. But
Okay.
for the soundtrack, it's sure that you're going to be able to get it somewhere else.
And is there going to be a vinyl release of the soundtrack?
It is not scheduled for now, but
If the people want
who
it,
knows? Yeah.
Yeah.
If the people
Start-
want it,
start
just
the petition
let us
now,
know.
is what I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down. I'm 100% down. The artwork is great. Like, big vinyl cover would be sick.
Yeah. And I guess that Adrien already made it so the soundtrack cover would work on a vinyl package.
Yeah, the original file is made to be printed on a vinyl package.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, maybe. But for now there is like nothing actually scheduled.
Somebody is asking if the game is about ordeal and if you knew what the ordeal was about at the time. I don't know what that means. I guess they mean like if you already knew about the ordeal like when you were making the game or like what you wanted to do with it.
Yes, we kind of knew what we wanted to do a bit from the start. In fact, when we started to make the game, when we started to like get the backbone of what would be the story, what we tried to do as much as we could is to explain gameplay element through the story and the universe of the game. We wanted everything to be linked to it. We didn't want it to have like game system who pop too much out of the story itself.
That makes sense.
So,
This
yeah.
kind of reminds me of that time where I think we were in alpha and were we in alpha or we just released an early access, and we have a channel on our Discord that's talking about lore, and people started posting pictures of the ruins and being like, what do the ruins mean? Is this an alphabet? And all of us were like,
oh no.
this doesn't mean anything. We were
This
like,
That's
doesn't mean anything
this
at
is
all.
how
this
I
is
met
this
the
is
team.
something. Yeah, this is something Pia is going to be mad at us because of this.
That was so
thing
funny
is-
because everyone was talking so much about the lore. Like it was just like pages and pages of lore, and people were like
Yeah.
pinging us and be like, "What does it mean?" And we were like, "Oh my god, this doesn't mean anything. Should we make it mean something?"
Yeah, yeah.
This
Yeah,
is
you were saying?
how I get hired on the game.
Yeah.
Because we have that private space where a lot of French indie dev speak. And one day Thomas was telling us about the runes. Like we did have runes in the game, and now we have a small problem because
Yeah.
we made them because they were cute.
Yeah.
Everyone is asking for the meaning. And I said something like, "This is the narrative police. You are under arrest. You should never do something like that." And then he went into private message like, "Can we do something together?" And I was like, "I don't know if I can address the runes."
Yeah,
That was
it's
pretty funny. We didn't say anything at the time, but I remember we were looking at it and being like, "Oh my gosh, what have we done?"
Yeah.
And I really wanted to troll everyone like on Twitter and be like, "What does it mean?" and like make a whole puzzle, but apparently that was too mean, so we didn't do it.
Yeah, it was really crazy because we used this rune into even our roadmap. So on Steam we had the roadmap of the different updates, and we didn't unveil the two advanced updates, and so we encrypt them with fake runes and so on. And so people, when the update were revealed, they thought there was a link between what was revealed and what were the runes. So they started to make like corresponding stuff and so on, and they were, there's a meaning. No, there's no meaning. It does, and well, it was
Even me at
like,
some point, because people were going at it for weeks, and I was like, "Is there a meaning that I've missed here?" But no.
And you know what? It's basic knowledge that we should never do that, because previously I worked on the Call of Cthulhu game, and we had a lot of items, and there's that book, the Necronomicon from Lovecraft, and it's written actually in a font that is made of runes. And when I was double checking everything, because the game was going to be gold, I discovered in horror that the text they had put in the game was a fucking review of another game.
oh no.
And I was
No.
so mad at everyone, and I had to rewrite everything for the Necronomicon. So really, when Thomas came with the rune problem, I was in full PTSD from the Cthulhu game.
So it's funny. I have actually like an Necronomicon on my shelves. I don't even know if there are like fake stuff on it, but I should have checked. I don't even know what's inside actually.
Show it to me. I have a huge knowledge of.
Yeah, hold on. I'm just going like 1 second. I'm going to grab it if I can find it.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, there's a question for you in the chat. This is there more world building or lore that you did not make into the comic or the game, but you wish made it?
Actually, not a lot, because people really believe that the narrative designer is about to create a lot of things and put a lot of things in the game. But basically, a good designer, be it a narrative designer, game designer, or level designer's work, is to cut everything. So when I arrived, actually, I removed a lot of the game's lore. So that the ideas we kept would be bigger. So no, there is nothing really that we just didn't put. Maybe if we had more time, I found a meaning for each of the words, and if we had more time, I would really like to add a bit more of things about that. But really, I think the game is so polished now. I think that we have consistency, and I really like it how it is now. So what I want to do is to, maybe probably work with the guys on day one next time, and maybe we'll do like no foreign language, nothing a bit tricky like that.
Yeah.
that's something that we are also learning about. And every new project is an opportunity to learn about something that we don't know about or just are plain bad at it. And
we have time for one more question because I think we could. This is a pretty interesting question. We can.
Yeah, sure. Please go on.
Someone asked actually, what was the most difficult thing to do in the game for each of us?
Okay. Let's start with Florian. Florian.
Yeah, let's start with Florian.
Let's not. Yeah. Do you know the concept of the hot potato when you?
Yeah, exactly. You're like, I'll just give it away.
No. Une question du chat qui demande c'était quoi le truc le plus compliqué ou dur à faire dans le jeu pour chacun d'entre nous. Et pour toi, par exemple, c'était quoi?
Un élément précis?
Bah, pas particulièrement, mais est-ce qu'il y a un truc sur lequel tu as galéré? Je sais qu'on a travaillé longtemps sur des boss.
Ouais, les boss, certains boss, certaines animations super longues. Par exemple, ah bah non, tu peux pas en parler sans spoil, mais voilà, enfin tu vois de quoi je veux parler.
Ouais.
J'ai pris au moins 2 fois plus de temps que les autres boss, quoi.
Ouais. Yeah, it was about mostly for Florian. It was mostly about animating the bosses, and unfortunately, the bosses it would like to talk about is like one of the new secret bosses that we introduced into the game, and then there is one particular animation that he went into. Like, yeah, I remember he was a few days on it just for one single animation, and yeah. So maybe. Pia, did you have any comment regarding what would have been the most difficult besides the runes? Which
it was. I think at the beginning it was just to feel how we will be working together. I remember that the first chat we had, like the first vocal, was a bit difficult because you were very silent and I'm very talkative, and I was a bit anxious about that, like they don't like my work, so that was the most difficult thing for me.
Yeah, there is something that's maybe my attitude against this kind of stuff, but I often have an attitude who is to stay fully neutral just to get the impression of what the other people feel like about the project. It's not like a test, but it's more like a way to not introduce a bias into your own work. So maybe that was part of it. Maybe
that was probably, and also at the very end when I realized that I had like trusted you guys with the French version. And then I had to check the French. I had completely forgotten about the French version. I was feeling a bit bad about that.
No, it was all fine. I guess we were all going through a lot of stuff during this period, so it's all fine. No, and yeah. And yeah,
you're like, who is the next victim? Or are we going to
who's the next victim? Next victim is going to be you, Trish.
I think the hardest part for me was just being good at the game, honestly. Like I couldn't, like, I think I played Dark Souls like religiously, but when I played ScourgeBringer, it was the only time that I actually was like, okay, I want to actually smash my controller because I'm so bad at this game. And it's just like, yeah, just get good. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to like drink some gamer juice and like put on the goggles. You know, I got it going, but no, I couldn't do it. So I think that helped a lot though as well, because I kind of like got to understand more about the game mechanics, I think. But yeah, being good at the game, no. No, I couldn't. Especially when we got to the I think it's the World 2 boss, and I was just like, no, I'm out. Like, I don't want to play her. Like, I don't want to play against her. Like, no, please don't make me do this. So, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess the game indeed has like quite a steep learning curve, and I guess this is. Yeah, there is like the first reviews of the games that are like getting published as we speak, and most of the feedback are that the gameplay is really cool and that the difficulty curve is really steep. Yeah, and there are mostly things that we still can do about it. I believe that in the coming weeks we are going to observe what is going to be the reaction to the players, and we are going to try to keep adjusting things, because we know that most players like how the game is. But what we feel a bit sad about it is that there is, of course, some players that we are going to be left on the side of the road, and we would like to address this and to get as many people as possible in the game. So we already have like tons of ideas and tons of stuff already built into the game and ready to roll out. So we're going to move forward with this, definitely. And okay, so who's next? Adrien.
Yes.
Did you have like any difficulties, or maybe what was the most complex stuff that you had to do in regard to the comic, or maybe the soundtrack cover?
In regards to the comics, there were two things. The first is that the Pia's script is really cool, but it was really dense, and I had to work around it to put it in a small format and in a 12-page comics. So it was hard. It was cool to do, but it was pretty hard. And the second thing is the monster design. Translating pixel art monsters into comic books monsters with some more details. It was pretty rough, and I'm not very happy with all the monsters I've drawn in the comics.
Oh, you can. quite honestly, you made some very, very cool work on the comic.
Thank you.
I believe that everybody would agree on that.
Okay, thank you.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, and what about you, Joonas? What was the most like hairy thing that you had to work on?
Yeah. It's kind of hard to look back at it, and because like when you look back, it's like we made everything work. But now that I think about it, I'm gonna just single out a single music thing, and it was this one guitar riff this summer for for the last boss of the game.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Yeah, there's this one riff that's super like
super heavy. It's one of my favorites.
Oh, thanks.
Likely it's likely my favorite song. It's like the most heavy one, and yeah, it's maybe for many people it's maybe going to be one of the less easy listenable, but it really has something to it. And if you are into this kind of music, I mean, it really has guts to it. I mean, I got all the vibes from all good stuff. No, it was really cool.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, the idea came from seeing the boss and kind of the emergent urgency of the boss. It's just this up here, I suppose, but spoilery. So yeah, the hard part about that riff wasn't necessarily the riff itself, but it was like plus 25, plus 28 outside. So I'm playing the guitar and I'm literally just sweat dripping. And it's dripping on my fingers, on my guitar string. I try to play, and my hands just slip off the strings. I try to play, the picks are coming out of my. It was just. I had to like dry the guitar like 20 times during just trying to record that riff. Like, then cleaning the guitar and just like cleaning the guitar, trying to. It was really tedious, but I wanted to get that riff in, and I made it. It was in the end, it was a really hacky way of getting the riff together. But more about that later.
Oh wow. Impressive.
It's like,
impressive.
speaking of, now we can go on to the next segment.
Yeah. So I'm just going
No. What about Thomas? I didn't hear.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Thomas, what was the most
Yeah, tell
difficult
us, what was
thing?
the
Yeah,
most
so,
difficult thing? You're like
while-
working with all of you.
No, while
Yeah.
I talk about it, I'm just going to throw the second pizza giveaway. So, if you just happen to drop in the stream on the fly, we have like a pizza giveaway. So I'm opening up a new pizza giveaway for 3 more pizzas. So it's very simple. You just look at the question and you just answer in what kind of shape do you cut your pizza into. So is it triangles, squares, or spiral? And just answer to this question in the chat, and the people from Dear Villagers are going to grab the names, and 3 people who have participated are going to win a pizza. And so yeah, for me, the most difficult thing has been about rendering Asian characters and languages. So when you do a game, rendering this type of character is usually a bit complex because, for instance, the Chinese language has something like 36 or maybe 64,000 of different characters. And when you pack a font into a game, it takes a lot of space, and so you have to be clever about what you're doing. And the most difficult thing that I had to do is that, in fact, we designed the game in pixel art, and the character didn't fit into the pixel art space. And for those who fit, the pixel resolution was too small, and most of the character was like not readable by natives. And so what I went through was like making an entirely different renderer for text, and with a support for an high definition font that is not rendering at the same resolution as the game. And the tricky part is that it's like there is like 2 different games rendering at the same time on top of each other and at not the same resolution. And the tricky part was that I wanted it to be backward compatible with the game, which means that if I want to display an high definition text at this position above the base game with the same coordinates as what would be the pixelated font. And so I made something that translates it on the fly and renders the font after the game is rendered. It was kind of complex, and I'm pretty glad it turned out actually really well. And the game got translated into Chinese, into Korean, into Japanese. And it's pretty cool because the game is very, very popular there. I guess that most of our players are Chinese, and more than 35% of them, which is like the biggest share of player. And so I'm really glad that these players are able to play the game in good condition. And yeah, so that's pretty much it for me. So I'm going to close the pizza giveaway. So in 3, 2, 1, closed. Awesome. So the people from Dear Villagers are going to grab the people who participated, and after the stream you're going to be contacted and you're going to be able to get a pizza. 3 of you are going to get one. And we are going to have 4 more pizza available for at the end of the stream, at the very end.
It makes me hungry.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Talking about pizza.
And so what we are going to do now is that we are going to go on a small break, and during that break we are going to prepare Joonas. He is going to take over the stream, and you're going to have like a full preview of the soundtrack and all of his insights about it. So first, of course, thank you everybody on the team for dropping by. It's really cool to have had like everybody who's been on the production team to be there. It was really cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
And
Yeah.
thank you very much for being part of it. And I hope that people are going to enjoy all of your work into the game. I'm pretty sure of it. Yeah, Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman.
Yeah, I'm
Oh.
showing my.
Yeah, they are really cool. Really cool
Yeah,
Those
tattoo.
are sick. I never saw this before.
Yeah, me neither.
tattoo.
Yeah.
They are
Yeah,
super
cool.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Thanks
again,
for having
break
us.
patriarchy. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Goodbye. See you right
Bye.
after for people who are following Joonas
We'll be
and
back
just
in 5. We'll be
yeah.
back in a few minutes. So don't worry if
Be-
you're not leaving.
Yeah.
Don't worry to not leave. Wait, oh my god, now my English. Well, anyway.
be right back.
Be right back. Are we back? It seems so. Cool. Oh, wow. Hello again, everyone. And hello to all the new people joining in the stream. I hope you can hear me all fine. Everything, I hope it sounds okay. So, the previous stream where we had all of the developers join in and talk was really fun. I love stuff like that. I love watching stuff like that and participating in stuff like that. It's so nice. So nice. Sadly, I cannot join the Twitch chat. As the professional that I am, I forgot my Twitch password. Oops. And I can't reset it with the Twitch app for some reason. It's just bugging out. It's giving me weird stuff. So I guess I'm just gonna read and try to remember or write down your questions for later. So yeah, let's jump in. So hello again, my name is Joonas Turner at Kissa3 on Twitter. Of course, I need to plug that. So now, the next, I hope, around 2-ish hours, we'll be talking about the music of ScourgeBringer. And I'll be playing each track one by one, like the whole song, not layers of tracks, but the whole song. I'm gonna just tell a little bit about the music. And additionally, I'm gonna be adding the same things I'm speaking now about the tracks. I'm going to add those as descriptions in the Bandcamp tracks. So if you want to kind of relive this moment again, you can always just go to the track description and read this same thing that I'm saying now. So cool. Let's start off. I'm just reading the chat real quick. And we'll do a question and answer session, Q&A afterwards, just so that, we have time to do this whole thing. And hopefully we'll have time in the end for questions. But if you do have questions that don't get addressed now, you can always ask me this stuff on Twitter, which is again at KISSAKOLME. Is this professional streaming? I'm plugging everything. Perfect. So yeah, let's jump in. General idea. I believe the music has to have a connection with the game and its action. Ideally enhancing the gameplay and the sense of place. With ScourgeBringer, I wanted to try several things, such as make a semi-generative music system for our menu music. I'll be talking about that later with the ScourgeBringer track. To make the menu somewhat represent the gameplay, with each loop being different to the previous, just like the game itself. So, the game, you start, everything changes, the world changes. I wanted that same feel, but with the menu music. So each time the music starts again, it's actually different from the previous one. The music system will choose what to play, but more about that later. And then, with the music inside the levels, I thought to have around 3 major parts or changes per song, so that the music feels like it's changing the further you explore, and making the loop seamless so it's always driving forward. Like the music doesn't dip down, then start from nothing. It always, when the track ends, it starts as well right away. And doing these kind of 3 different parts kind of gives it a sense of, hey, something's happening within this track. This world is going forward. As the player progresses, the music progresses too. It's really fun. It was like a compact way of making more music per level, but in a single song. I wanted to try and kind of add the theme melody of ScourgeBringer, the same melody that plays in the menu. I wanted to add that to almost all of the tracks in one way or another. In tracks where it's relevant, like battling or exploring. And sometimes I've kind of hidden it inside songs. Sometimes it might be very, very kind of meta inside the track, the melody, or sometimes just hear the melody flat out. Sometimes it might be a quick arpeggio, and that's the melody, but it's in there. I kind of wanted the player to always feel and fear the ScourgeBringer. Yeah, I wanted to try blending exploration and battle, even though it's more a battle-heavy kind of focused game. I still wanted the exploration and the battling to feel different. I wanted the exploration to make the player feel like, hey, we are in a world. This is an alien place. Let's see. I'm looking at my notes, and this is really hard. Without my glasses. So yeah, and the battle, when you've explored, the first hit, when you enter a room, the doors open, you go in, demons. The first demon you hit in the room, like, that's when the battle music starts. So that the very first hit that the player decides to make, I wanted that to feel like you are in control, now we're battling. And just as you finish the last enemy of a room, there's one more demon remaining going, and you kill the last demon. Again, it's the player's action that chains the song back to exploration. And I feel like that was a really fun thing to try, and it worked out, to me personally, pretty fine. And it feels satisfying. But yeah, quickly, I'll tell you about the instrumentations of the tracks. I won't go through every instrument per track right now. I can do that maybe later, but now I'm just going to give you a brief general, brief general idea of what's happening. So, let's start off. Guitars. I used pretty much 4 different guitars in the game, but mainly I used my 8-string Kiesel guitar. It's 8 strings, standard tuning, all the dig. It's this guitar. Then later on I used my other 8-string guitar, which is my custom, well, both of these are actually custom built for me. But this is a old one I have called Cat Machine by Rotor. I don't know if you can see the fretboard mark, but it has a cat with a tail that makes a number 3, which is kissakolme in English. Well, that's what kissakolme means. It's cat free, and to me it's a cat with a tail that's a 3. So that guitar's in different tuning, and I'll be talking about the relation with these guitars later on a track where I had to actually use the other guitar for reasons. Then electric bass. This is the electric bass that I used, and as you can notice, it's a 4-string bass. I have basses with other string amounts as well, but I wanted to use this one because I've kind of the basic idea being that I don't want the actual bass guitar to be super low. Instead, keep that kind of in the normal music register, so to say. So it's kind of more punchy, and the guitars can be low and murky. Synthesizers can be low and murky, but I wanted the bass to be like, there we are. And both the guitars and bass I processed in pretty scary ways at times. I recorded the guitars through a Line 6 Pod X3, an old kind of guitar amplifier modeling thing, but I routed that through distortion pedals and also sending a clean signal, and I also sent the guitars, reamped them through a orange amplifier and cabinet, and then I used some guitar rig or whatever the native instrument version is, guitar modeling to kind of have 5 or 6 tracks or 5 or 6 layers per one guitar, so that one guitar has a plethora of tones in it. Yeah, and drums. This was a hard thing. I'm used to kind of programming drums, but I also usually like to have a drummer to record kind of drum parts on top to get that organic feeling. But for ScourgeBringer, I actually actively didn't want to do that. I wanted to have it all MIDI, just because it's a very quick to kind of make drum patterns and stuff, drum sounds, parts. But I wanted to kind of do a hybrid version where I make the drums on the computer as MIDI, and then I would send that into a live room and record that. The idea is brilliant, but due to time, I actually couldn't book that session. So instead, I went to our live room in the studio. This is E-Studio, the studio that I work at. This is my workroom here. We have a big music studio. And I went in there and I listened. I was like clapping, playing a snare and listening to the room. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take this room and use this room's reverb later on. But I didn't do a so-called impulse response reverb that many people would do, but instead I just kind of went by ear and tweaked settings and got a pretty cool sound. I used a bunch of synthesizers, and during the making of ScourgeBringer, we have a bunch of synthesizers in the studio, like Moogs, Prophets, Korgs, you name it. But during the development of ScourgeBringer, I got heavily into modular synthesizers, and pretty much you can hear the progression of my modular synthesizer setup in the soundtrack, but I'll be talking about that later. And I can actually show you a bit over here. I don't know if you can see all this stuff. That's my little modular setup. Wait, let me just quickly do a thing on the computer or something. Oh, I see. Oh my God, I'm not used to streaming this much. Oh no, why are you doing this? Okay, cool. So synthesizers, modular synthesizers, acoustic instruments, a bunch of... I'll get to all of these later. Lots of percussive elements, weird instrument sampling. So with sampling, and heavy editing, this is perhaps interesting. So I would use weird sound sources at times. Like on one of the tracks, which I'm going to be talking about, I actually used a mobile phone kind of error sound, like when you would call someone, like one person at the studio tried to call another person, but the phone line was kind of doing something weird and was making weird, like kind of a sound. I was like, hey, don't hang up. There's no time to hook cables, so I just brought them in my workroom. I'm like, I'm just going to record that sound, and that sound became one of the main elements of a part of one song, and using stuff like that, or bashing rubbish bins, kung, kung, or just bashing on stuff in general. Sometimes I would use so many weird instruments I would use, like twisting cables and then kind of making something out of that, and so on and so on. Lots of heavy editing in this soundtrack. And then I would use phone apps like the Animoog on the iPhone, and Synthesizer, and the Rolly Seaboard app and stuff like that. Like whatever you have, whatever gives you an idea and inspiration, use that and, just make it sound good. I hope. Cool. Maybe I've been talking almost enough. Because next up, I think we could jump into the actual tracks of the game. So let's start off with Fury, which is the first track of the... we are listening to the original soundtrack version, not the in-game version, but the tracks are the same, just with beginnings and endings. So the first track is called Fury, which is the battle music for World 1 for Entangled Ingress. I wanted this one to be both very agile yet aggressive and heavy. This is the first time the player encounters any real danger. Angry tones merging together, shrieking demons, and high action. I had this idea that what if the distorted, overdriven guitars would represent Kira, the main character of the game, effectively the player. Kind of being an organic source of aggressive sound among all these piercing synthesizers and hard-hitting drums. I thought this would be an appropriate way to start the original soundtrack. A hard-hitting snare to kick things off. So cool. Let's listen to the first track. watch out, it might be loud. I don't know, it's a live environment, so things are what they are, but let's start with the first track, which is the battle music for World 1, Fury. So that's the first tune, the first battle tune, the proper first battle tune of the game. Yeah. So reading, at the same time, I'm also reading the comments and stuff. I'm trying to do hand signals and stuff to kind of communicate back with you. So next up, let's jump into the theme or the music for the boss of the Entangled Ingress, called Bodybuilder. The idea behind this track comes a bit from looking at the boss and how it plays. Like I said, I want to really tie the music to what's actually happening in the game and the lore and setting of the game. So, if you look at the boss, it's a bit like a rock formation mechanized, or rock formations mechanized, kind of janky yet mashing like rhythms, very smooth, like stuff like that. So I kind of wanted to make Kira's guitars kind of, or the so-called the players' guitars kind of working alongside the rhythms of this mechanical beast and kind of stabbing when the chances arise. And the latter half of the track follows the idea of the boss getting more enraged and things ramping up. Suddenly bullets from its attacks fill the room, and it's up to you to power through this maze of pain. Okay, cool. So let's listen to the theme of Bodybuilder, the first boss in the game. Alright, so that was the theme for Bodybuilder, the first boss of ScourgeBringer. Cool, so now we get from the first world to the second world. So this is the battle music for World 2, the Still Bastion. The general idea is based around the theme of a frozen, mechanized, demon-infested hellhole where, in the beginning half, the guitars struggle through a mass of ever-rising sound. It's like push and pull. Really squeezing the guitars together and then releasing them just enough to dive back down again. Kind of a thing. You know, it's like kind of that's the idea. You're kind of in this frozen place full of demons. It's just kind of everything is kind of against you. And at the middle part, it's a dance between the organic and machine until the end, where the demonic robots are heard chanting to the ScourgeBringer in the dark, dark cold. Cool, so let's listen to The Frozen Keep. Cool. That was, well, that seems very pompous of me. Cool. So yeah, that was World 2, The Frozen Keep. Naturally, next up we have the boss of the Still Bastion, Candlemask. And with this one, I wanted to kind of take the same push-pull. Push, clack, push, clack. I really wanted the beginning to hit hard and be somewhat like regal, or regal, however you pronounce the kind of majestic. It's this huge majestic being who lives in this crazy, cold, dark place. And he holds the candles. Very cool. The design was so cool. So similar to the Frozen Keep, indeed, push and pull. This time the guitars have a bit more clack to them. They give more flow to the rhythm. The player has defeated the second level. They have the power. Well, until around the halfway point where the tides turn, Candlemask is angry and the action ramps up. And you can hear faint screams in the background too. And this is also the birth of our development chat music meme, the tomato can. I need to go and actually get that during this song. I think this might have been the time I got my first modular synthesizer as well, the Moog D-Fam, which is this one over here. Let's see. This is the Moog D-Fam. This is as close as I can get. And I right away I put it in good use. You can hear it in the very first riff. That was actually the synth riff came first, and I just backed it up with the guitars. One of my favorite sound movements was the advent of sick bass drum stretchy note, which is around at the 1 minute part. It was a half accident. I just thought maybe stretching some sound here would be nice. And the first thing to pop in my mind was the bass drum, which had some overdrive in it. So I just stretched that and went like, and I was like, whoo, cool, I just learned something new. And I'm super glad that it was the bass drum that I decided to stretch, because that changed my game. Actually, I'll pick up the tomato can a bit later. It's going to be relevant throughout the soundtrack. But let's listen to Candlemask's theme. Let's go. Yeah. That's fun. Sometimes people ask me, like, on the Discord chat, like, what's your favorite tune? It's maybe, I always say World 3 Exploration Layer for some reason, but I think it might be Candlemask. I had so much fun making that song. All the kind of sounds. I was like, this This is what I want to do the rest of my life. So cool. Thank you for the super nice comments. I'm reading it, but I'm also kind of scared to read them because I'll blush too much. I mean, you people are the best. Thank you so much. So next up, this is the battle music for World 3, The Wasted Pit. The weird sounds of the sewers from all angles and all frequencies. Just more and more pouring down. Unintelligible melodies coming and going. That was the general idea I wanted to convey. Again, heavy use of the Moog DFAM alongside a 7/4 time. So the time signature, you know, a lot of songs are 4/4, which is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Every 4 beats, bars, whatever, they cycle again. So with 7/4, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, and you know, you get the idea. Giving it a weird, rushed feeling. In the first half of the song, each time a cycle starts anew, so every time it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the cycle starts anew, it is extra emphasized to give a feeling of we're pushing through this sludge. The middle part is almost like stress relief in a sense. We are going somewhere, brushing off the toxic waste and off to a conference between fist and demon. Ay, cool. The ending part is pretty fun instrumentally. Bending and stretching guitars and reamping them, so, you know, recording guitar, editing it and then sending it back to a amplifier. Kind of making them sound weird and intoxicated. And out of control. So I'm kind of stretching the guitar and it's going, and then I send that through amplifiers again to just make it more, what the hell's happening? Alongside the guitars, I sampled this very bizarre phone line error that I was talking about earlier, that was just glitching out. So the weird arpeggio, kind of like kind of stuff that plays at the end of the song is pretty much based completely out of that. And like I mentioned, it was an extremely fast recording situation. No time to plug in the phone. I just needed to get that glitch into my computer ASAP. And I just cranked up the preamplifier of the microphone to capture it even more gritty and... So cool. Let's listen to Noxious Waste, the battle music for World 3. Free. And I'm gonna go and pick up the can during this time. Yeah. So did you catch the telephone over there? Cool. Thank you. I'm reading the chat. Hello. I mean, there's so many people to shout out and say hello to, like hello ST and the Misfits, Sleep Cycles. I mean, hey Jetpack Christmas or Xmas. I mean, so many. I mean, man, this is crazy cool. Thank you. So, back to the music. So, track number 6 from the OST, Bileranha. I'm saying probably a million times wrong, and I'm from Finland, so my pronouncing might be a bit weird. So this is the music for the boss of the Wasted Pit, Bileranha, or Ranha? Bileranha, a big stinky fish. The idea for the theme for this big disgusting sewer fish monster came back home when I was just jamming with my new modular synthesizer modules paired together, namely the Moog DFAM and the Moog Mother 32 and a Expert Sleepers Disting MK4 with a Euclidean pattern generator algorithm loaded. So Euclidean patterns are kind of like, this is kind of a very broad way to put it, but if you think about like ethnic rhythms like stuff like that, those are kind of like Euclidean pattern. That's what Euclidean pattern generator kind of does. I mean, I'm brushing the topic really fast, but that's pretty much what it does. So sending that signal to my synthesizers to do like kind of cool, fun stuff. A murky, disgusting bass line where higher tones giving way to the wild guttural sounds of pukes and farts in the game. Maybe real life too. So I wanted to make the song kind of present the soundscape of the game itself a bit more. So, you know, just give a bit room. Additionally, I thought having a choir would be kind of fun and funny and ridiculous and totally fitting for a big stinky fish that's puking and farting, emphasizing the bizarre nature of this beast. At the ending part, the guitars kick back in. Kira has had enough. So now the player is regaining control. Guitars appear. Now screaming oscillators and hard-hitting drums come into play. And choirs partaking in the melody of the ScourgeBringer. So cool, let's listen to that. So Big Stinky Fish, let's go. Alright. So that was the theme for the Big Stinky Fish, Bileranha. reading at the chat. Thank you. So, next up, World 4, the battle music for World 4, for Living Walls. The underlying idea of the Living Walls was a exciting good trip against a heavy bad trip. And this one is definitely the worst option. Screams from within the bowels of the tomato can resonate once more. There's toxic sludge-spitting spiders everywhere and disgusting deformed demons attacking you from every angle, through walls, through floors. Sick. Aggressive tones and parts appearing and disappearing, tight and loose rhythms and very tight edit cuts, and also very loose edit cuts. Sudden changes in the music parts and feel. Where am I? At the end, I thought how to make this just a little trippier, and I thought to record some trumpets on top, kind of just full-on acoustic trumpets and not really process them even that much, just some delay here and there. But suddenly you have this heavy metal track and there's just a basic trumpet, kind of trippy. It's a very trippy, mushroomy level, and I'll talk about that later with the exploration layer stuff, or exploration music stuff, but, how to make it trippier, more trumpet, kind of taking the action miles ahead. So let's listen to Sentient Ooze. So that was the music for the battle music for World 4, The Living Walls. I saw a comment saying only battle music. No. I will get to the exploration music after the battle music. And there is even more than exploration music. So cool. Next up. And someone's talking about Meshuggah. I will definitely come back to that later. So track number 8 of the original soundtrack is the theme music for the boss of the Living Walls, Nightweaver. This is a fun coming-of-age story for a riff of mine, a guitar riff of mine, that I've had in my fingers and mind for at least 10 years, a whole decade, at least 10 years, maybe even more. And as soon as I saw the venom-spitting spider monstrosity, I picked up the guitar, and the decade-old but first tangly riff just popped into my mind, and I was like, this is kind of a spidery, agile riff, kind of an arachnid riff, and I was like, man, I'm gonna try this. Finally, the riff found its resting place, bringing voice to a giant arachnid beast. Whew! This was quite possibly the fastest writing process for a battle song in the game. That said, a lot of the driving riffs of this track were somewhat decade-old ideas of mine, just finding a new home. Kind of super fun to blast through memory lane. It was, in a lot of ways, it was an emotional experience for me, making music for a giant arachnid beast, kind of reusing some old ideas that never found a home, and now they finally did, and to me it worked out super fine. Let's listen to the music for Nightweaver. Yeah. So that was the theme for Nightweaver, the boss of the Living Walls. So quickly, I'm just going to super quickly answer. So I explained the drums a bit in the beginning, but I forgot to mention what I made drums with. So it's mainly Native Instruments Damage. There's a studio kit over there, but that's like 50%, maybe 40% of the story, because I used a lot of samples and kind of lots of snares, bass drums, and toms, and different percussions, rubbish bins, and whatever that I recorded myself, sampled myself, and I would just use everything in parallel, layered. So it's a lot of layers. But when I was writing the music, I would use damage to kind of create the bass, kind of the backbone. So yeah, next up, let's jump into the music of World 5, the battle music for World 5, the old world. As I was blazing through the memory lane with Nightweaver, I happened to break the F-sharp string of my Kiesel V8. So far you've heard this guitar. No headstock, you can't bang it onto anything. But I managed to break the low F string. And I was like, oh no, I need to make this track, and getting strings for 8-string guitars is a pain, and I didn't have any of them remaining. So I was like, oh, okay. And then I was like, hey, wait. Then I picked up my older 30-inch scale Rotor Custom Cat Machine 8-string guitar, which by default is in a lower standard tuning, so it's like a whole step down. So instead of being in so-called E standard, I was now in D standard with active EMG 808 pickups in it, and it's this guitar. With a really fun inlay. Yee-hoo. So, pretty much the specs of that guitar were kind of built around my very huge fanboyism of a band called Meshuggah. And this guitar immediately woke up the Meshuggah in me. Also the band called Meshuggah. And taking consideration the setting of the old world, making this low gurgling beast do a little chugga chugga felt at least appropriate. And then I have syncopations within syncopations, and buffet of aggressive tones to paint a ruinous world without bounds into action. So let's listen to Lament. that's probably my most Meshuggah-inspired track, especially in the soundtrack. Maybe. So, immediately jumping back into this, just so that I don't take 4 hours. Although I could talk about this for 8 hours. It's all cool. But okay, it says focus. Next up, track 10 of the original soundtrack, Criterion. So this is the music for the boss of the old world, the final judgment, Criterion. Inside the game, there is actually 2 different versions of this track, evolving from one to another alongside the fight. The first version is without guitars with slightly more pronounced synthesizers. The second version has guitars on top, kind of more driving, like Kira is, now we are doing this. In gameplay, both versions represent this mechanical monstrosity in its 2 states. First is unveiling the cold, ruthless machine of a boss, and the second, which is this one, representing Kira, the player, smashing it to bits. Exclamation mark, 1010, exclamation mark, 10. So, let's have a listen. Yahoo! That was Criterion. Welcome to ScourgeBringer FM, Criterion. So, I don't know what that was. That just came from somewhere deep inside me. Woo! So, okay, so now there is a slight warning. Read the chat. Mr. Helmut, Thomas, and Trish. Oh, by the way, Travel Size Trish is such a cool name. Warning, things get a little spoilery, story and gameplay wise, for roughly 10 minutes now. So warning, potential spoilers, although, maybe not, but maybe yes. I'll try to... Well, there is really no way to kind of go around the spoilers, but now there's potential spoilers, remember that. But it's music. Cool. So... let's jump in. Remember, potential spoilers for some, maybe. If it is, just come back in 10 minutes. So, track 11, Relentless Secret. This is the music for World 6, For Beyond. Originally, so this might be something that I just understood wrong or something, but originally this level was supposed to be much shorter, or so I understood for whatever reason. So I actually did not plan this track, and I thought we would be only using the exploration track for just, a few enemies, bosses, and that's it. Well, I mean, few enemies and then bosses start, but this actually turned out to be a full level, and I'm glad it did. I mean, the exploration layer had already packed full with various elements. So later on we decided that battle layer music would be nice here. So I took the concept from the Beyond, which is the exploration music for this. More about that later. And thought about a counterpart, telling the same story but from a different perspective, tying them both with the same machine overlord ending kind of a feel in the music, that is, not necessarily lore-wise, but in the music, the same machine overlord ending part. But both versions seen from their respective perspectives, a story on top of a story. So let's listen to Relentless Secret. Thank you very much for the comments. Blushings me. That was the relentless secret, a peek behind the curtains of ScourgeBringer World 6. So next up, mega spoiler. So if you don't want to have kind of gameplay / story spoilers, don't listen or don't look and listen what I'm saying for roughly like 20 seconds. So I'll give you 5 seconds to mute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was not a second, but you know, time's up. So track number 12 of the original soundtrack is the music for Greed, for blood-drunk merchants of the game. The idea being manic laughter and orchestral instrumentation doubled by guitars, twisted feelings of broken trust, a roller coaster of fear. The middle part, I wanted to feel like walking into a gladiator arena, gathering embers of courage and hope within Kira, the player. Drums battling against the frantic laughter. Kick in the guitars. It's time to bring a whole new spectrum of pain, like a rainbow. That's a reference to a really good reference to a really good show that never became a TV show, sadly. But let's listen to music of Greed. So, that was the theme track for Greed. Cool. Next up, oh man, I'm sweating. Oh man, ay, ay, ay. So, next up, track number 13 of the original soundtrack, Endmonger. This is the music, oh, super spoilery by the way, super spoilery. But this is the music for the final boss of the game, the boss of the Beyond, Endmonger. Inside the game, this boss appears somewhat suddenly, and it sure looks the part, a true nasty. I wanted to give the music a sense of urgency and alarm. Now is your chance to get rid of this wild being. Peek behind the curtains, no holding back. While playing the guitar riff starting from around 37 seconds all the way to 56 seconds, I was talking about this earlier in the dev stream. I was literally dripping with sweat, and I had to dry my guitar strings and fretboard like, I don't know, 40, like, I don't know, from like 8 to 60 times. I don't even know. Like I was playing and just sweat pouring on top of the guitar strings, and my hands are sleeping, my picks are flying off. It was such a hard riff to record that day. just dripping with sweat and rather frustrating. But I also totally decided to record. I just couldn't play the whole riff properly from start to finish that day. So I recorded in mini chunks, and then I just kind of made sure that they work together, edit them into place. It was getting ridiculous to play, and deadlines are looming. I was like, man, I just need to do this. So this is the music for the final boss, as well as the last battle layer music we'll listen. Next up is more chill music. So let's go. End Monger. So, next up, we get to listen to more relaxing songs, more of the exploring and storytelling tunes of the game. So, somewhat end of spoilers for a good while now. So, if you left for spoilers and join in now, we are done with spoilers for a little while. In the very end, there's maybe something kind of semi-spoilery, but I'll let you know that. So, track number 14, I just realized that we're probably going to be a bit over time. Let me know in the chat if overtime is okay with y'all. To me, it's totally, this is fun. So, track number 14 of the original soundtrack for Chiming Tree. So, this is the music for the safe zone of the game, for Chiming Tree. I wanted this idea to represent a serene space, a place where the organic and mechanical are at an uneasy peace with one another, but still at peace, just a bit, uneasy, a bit awkward, like who farted in the elevator. Instrument-wise, I thought the acoustic voicing of a mandolin paired with chill and steamy mechanical drums could be a cool match. One feature idea that I had to cut out for various reasons was that this song, originally I thought that this song would gain small key musical traits from previously visited worlds. So let's say you beat World 1. Inside the game, the music would gain another music layer underneath or on top of the song with kind of wailing synthesizers of the music from World 1. And if you'd beat World 2, you would get, guitar clacks from World 2 into the track added. You would have now World 1, World 2 things in the music, or little twinklies from a bell from World 5 and stuff like that. You would just, the song would grow, but due to a lot of various reasons, I didn't do that in the game. But that said, I wanted to represent that idea within this version of the track, which is the soundtrack version. Ultimately and suddenly cutting back to normal and fading out one instrument at a time. So let's listen to the chiming tree. So those were the serene sounds of the chiming tree. And yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. It was the main thing. Dang, din, din. That's a mandolin. Cool. Next up is the tutorial music. It's called Enter the Monolith. Enter the Monolith in the original soundtrack. It's track number 15, and this is the exploration music of the tutorial area. The first place you stumble upon. This song actually foreshadows the next song, the song for the Entangled Ingress, which is the next place you'll stumble upon. So I'm using similar tones, like a nylon guitar, and similar voicings with chords and notes, kind of dancing around the same ideas. The idea behind that is, I hope, that the tutorial area feels like it's part of the game more than, just a tutorial in tone. It's a tasty introductionary snack before the real thing kicks in. So let's listen to Enter the Monolith. So that was the music for the tutorial area. Enter the Monolith. So actually, I saw some people talking about bells, and the funny thing is, it's actually a synthesizer. So I have this UREC module called Rings, which is a resonator. Kind of, it models a resonating something. So I kind of came up with that cool bell-like tone, and that's what it is. And there's a question, this feels very weird to say, but how does he come up with that stuff? So to me, it's less about me coming up with that stuff. It's more about looking at the concept of the place, seeing pictures of the place, just looking at the area. You can see this place, and to me, it's a gut feeling thing. So I see this place, the immediate first thought that comes into my mind, I write that down. I'm like, okay, this place, this is the feeling I feel of this place, and this is the instrumentation I hear in my head and I believe will help me achieve that idea I have for this place. And next up we have the Entangled Ingress. I believe this is the first song I made for the game. So this is the exploration music of World 1 for Entangled Ingress. I wanted this track to set the general mood of the game. Kind of a sense of an alien place with a faint grasp of familiarity embedded within. But excuse me, blending in acoustic and electric instruments, everything from melody to bass to percussions to effects and so on, using both electric instruments, be it electric guitars, synthesizers, so on and so on, drum machines, whatever, or acoustic instruments being percussions or guitars and whatnot. And the bane of the elementary school, the recorder flute. I wanted to set the soundscape to a more explorative one. Some melodies and parts get shared between the exploration and battle layer, as they are designed to work with one another at any given time. So giving that sense of, oh, this melody is continuing, helps tie them together pretty well, in my opinion. So indeed, in the game, you might hear like, then the enemy dies. The same melodies in the exploration layer. Boom, 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 boom. So if you listen to the battle and the exploration music of the same level, you will find matching similar themes, because they are designed to work together at any given time of the level. So cool. Let's dive into this alien place. The Entangled Ingress. that was the music for The Entangled Ingress, which indeed was the first piece of music for the game. Quickly answering a few questions, even though I said I would wait for questions, but let's do them right now. So, indeed, it's mostly recorded instruments. Well, it's all recorded instruments, and then indeed live guitars, drums, percussions. Well, most of the drums were programmed, but like percussions and stuff I played, and sampling and stuff like that. For one man, he is a whole band. I mean, it's, I'm playing into a computer. I can take as many takes as I want, and no one sees the edits. So, next up, thank you for checking the stream, and anyone who has to go. I mean, I'll have all this that I'm talking right now, well, most of this what I'm talking about right now, I'll have in the Bandcamp song info. If you press on the song, you can see about the track, and in the about this track panel, I have written down pretty much the notes that I'm reading now and talking, voicing these words into the living realm. Okay, so let's continue. Track 17 of the original soundtrack, For Still Bastion. This is the exploration music of World 2, The Still Bastion, inspired by images of a cold keep that popped into my mind when looking at the concept art. And I thought that bringing some instrument voicings from the Entangled Ingress, and then instead of warm nylon guitars, I record scratchy cold electric guitars and kind of breezy tones from a Yamaha classic piano keyboard, which is the small amazing box with delayed Wurlitzer tones. Although that's roughly half the story, some deep, ancient, crusty thought came to my mind. What if there's frozen, talking mechanical heads? Ooh! I simply couldn't scratch such a dumb idea away, and I started adding vowel filters and talkbox effects onto stuff. Kind of thinking about the demonic robots singing and chanting nonsense. Imagine like having all these robotic demons and they're just kind of semi-malfunctioning in a cold keep. Just going like kind of doing that kind of stuff. I just saw them like trying, like they're not even talking to each other, just going kind of just talking random, and then they attack you and you attack them and you have a battle. So these talking heads kind of became a thing with me for ScourgeBringer. From that point onward, I based all the robot sounds in the game with the general idea of these weird talking heads. And I used in our Discord channel, I would be like, hey, I have this idea for talking heads. Just I don't know, I was obsessed about these dumb talking heads. And for you, the stream, I hid a sound in the game that might be connected in some way, or maybe not. I don't remember. Where was I? Oh, right. Zzz, no cucumber. Let's listen to the track. The Still Bastion. So that was the music for The Still Bastion. Actually, in the end, the tukin, 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 that's a kalimba that I borrowed from my co-worker Niilo Takalainen. Next up, track number 18, The Wasted Pit. So this is the exploration music of World 3, The Wasted Pit. I kind of wanted to bring something unexpected here, for beauty and mysticism contrasted with the battle layer, which is track 5 of the original soundtrack, Noxious Waste, which is more hectic and aggressive in tone. A stream of music with tones swimming in, diving out, layering and melding together. Tone-wise, I borrowed a Turkish stringed instrument called ahenk from my co-worker, oh how you pronounce it, I'm sorry, but ahenk, it's in Finnish, from my co-worker Niilo Takalainen, who actually, with whom I made the music and my band from Grotto, or X-Men from Grotto, to a game called Noita. So I borrowed from him the Turkish instrument ahenk, which became the main driving force with its intriguing microtonal intervals, playing chords and patterns on top of each other multiple times for a nice weird chorus-like effect. The Moog DFAM is at great play here with synthesizer sequences, just weird stuff. Trumpets appearing here and there, the Yamaha Classic piano with its delay effects doing around the track, alongside the other main ingredient, the Moog Animoog app on the iPhone, which is excellent for those sliding notes and ethereal chords. As the song is in 7/4 time, again from previous, the World 3 battle layer is in 7/4 timing, and so is this, of course. So 7/4, quickly jumping back into this, so normally, well, quite often you hear music in 4/4, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, tang, 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 tang. And this is in 7/4, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so on, you get it. I think it has a fun cycle to it, especially with repetitive patterns, kind of like a stream in a toxic sewer. Gotta go fast. Let's listen to The Wasted Pit. So that was the music for The Wasted Pit, a toxic sewer. So next up, woo, let's go to Trip Town. So, whoops. Track number 19 of the original soundtrack for Living Walls. So this is the exploration music of World 4, The Living Walls. As a reference to track 7, The Sentient Ooze, this is the exciting good trip as opposed to a heavy bad trip. As I heard the plans for this area, I knew I wanted to make something mellow, chill, somewhat playful and wondrous. This is a place where the walls are made out of some weird jelly and sometimes they also blink. And mushrooms make a nice squeaky sound. Kind of do a fun animation and, it's just a trippy place. I wanted the player to feel a bunch of feelings, from happiness to sadness, to curiosity, to kindness and warmth. Very much the opposite to a heavy bad trip. Very much so. So this is like more, I'm feeling all these feelings and we are together, and then the battle is like tearing you. No. Actually, no. Tonally, the whole idea was built around a probabilistic/generative sequence I made with an iPhone app called Synthesizer, XYNTHESIZR. And then I edited out various samples out of that kind of generative sequence or probabilistic sequence to build a song structure out of it. At this time, I was really feeling fusion jazz and wanted to try some of those elements in this tune, as I felt like they could fit the soundscape thematically pretty well. I played a bunch of percussions and layered them on top of each other as well, with one of my favorites being just a bunch of drumsticks being shaken together, sounding a bit like a flagpole, ropes flapping in the wind. So, chuck, chuck, chuck. Also, I'm smelling burning for some reason. I hope it's nothing serious. Oh no. So, next up, The Living Walls. Cool. That was The Living Walls. Next up. Whichever way it is in the stream. The Old World. This is the exploration music of World 5. The Old World. With this track, I wanted to tell the story of ScourgeBringer musically, or the history of ScourgeBringer. The first part is, this is kind of like a history that I semi-made up myself, but referencing the history of the game, or the lore of the game. So the first part is the inhabitants of this planet ruling the planet with their mighty empires, facing an unprecedented fate. The second part is uncertainty within these inhabitants. Something feels off. The third part is a slow battle that is sure to fail. And then it all blends into the fourth part, where the last bells of hope are placed to guide anyone willing and worthy to explore further within the ScourgeBringer. Here, my favorite part is playing the pianos at the end through my modular synthesizers, namely the IntelliGel Rainmaker module, modulating the vast layers of keys. So, let's have a listen. This is The Old World, telling the story of history of ScourgeBringer. The story of ScourgeBringer. What happened to the old world? Alright. that. So quickly answering, are these sampled or synth bells? These were actually recorded. There's, I don't know, a lot of small mini cymbals that I use, just going ding. There's, I don't know, we have probably like 10 different pairs, maybe even more. Most of them are Nilos, but I get to use them too. Yeah, they're the small mini cymbals going cling. So, semi-spoilery maybe? Actually, no, this is not, because I think we say that this game has this in it. So, maybe spoilery, maybe mute for, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. But I warned you, so if you want to mute me for 20 seconds, go for it. If not, I'm going to tell you about track number 21, which is the exploration music of World 6 for Beyond. Musically, this idea is based around the starting guitar melody, an idea I had to make a twisted version of the ScourgeBringer theme. Then, for the second part, with the driving chords, I changed the guitar to another one with slightly beefier guitar strings and a tremolo system, like a floating bridge, not floating, but a bridge where you can go brrr. So I could ever so slightly swim in and out with the chords, so going like to give this a weird feeling, a twist further. Backed up with similar tones to the Entangled Ingress or the Still Bastion to kind of give some familiarity of what's happened before, or reference to, the early worlds, just to eat them away with the ending segment in which I play another take on the ScourgeBringer theme, to further give a odd twisted sense of familiarity. So, this is, like I talked about the battle layer of World 6, the Relentless Secret. To Beyond and that, they share the same ending, but the whole song actually, but especially the ending is same with them both, but seen from different perspectives. One is the inhabitant human, or, the inhabitant perspective, and other is the demonic one. Or lack for a better term. So let's listen to the Beyond. So, that was The Beyond. And that concludes our exploration layers of worlds. And next up we get into the roots of chaos. Oh, actually, I'm not sure if that was spoilery. Okay, the next 1, 2, 3, 4 songs could be this, maybe for that spoilery, but I'm guessing people who would be spoiled wouldn't be. I don't know. I'm too tired to think about stuff. So I'll stop talking. And next up, the roots of chaos. This is the music for the roots of chaos, which reside under the chiming tree. This is pretty much the same song as the chiming tree, but with a reverb that is reversed for a ghastly underwater feeling. So whenever you jump, when you jump underneath, when you dive underneath, this version of the song comes in, and it will always be in the same sync. Or, you know, whatever happens up here happens also up here, but this one just is more ethereal. So let's listen to the roots of chaos. and that was The Roots of Chaos. So, next up, I guess this could be considered a spoilery. I wonder if I should blur the names, not say the names. Okay, you can... Until you see the waveform or the playhead moving in Pro Tools, you can mute me if you don't, or if you want to avoid spoilers. But this is a song, track number 23 in the original soundtrack. Mute if no, but now we are going. So this is a song for one of the 3 endings in the game. To fit with the setting for this ending, the track's called A Sacrifice. To fit with the setting for this ending, I thought that a nice lush in reverb, or actually for all of these ending tunes, I thought that a nice lush in reverb guitar tone with an accompanying dancing synth melody would be nice. So instruments wise, it's pretty much 2 elements. It's a guitar played through ridiculous amounts of reverb from a Line 6 Helix FX processor, which was the thing on the ground I was showing the camera earlier, with blinking lights on the floor. Then I also play a Moog Mother 32 synthesizer, played through the same setup, and it's a dance between these 2 elements. So, and we are also very close to the end, but let's listen to Sacrifice. Yeah, so that was Sacrifice. Next up, track number 24, Continue. This is a song, again, for one of the endings in the game. Pretty much the same setup as on the previous track. And this time, more a play on the ScourgeBringer theme, keeping the setting in mind. So, continue. Let's go. So, that was that kind of a track. Next up, track number 25, Destruction. This is a song, again, for one of the endings, and actually, out of these 3 ending songs, this is the last one. So, pretty much the same setup as on the 2 previous tracks, this time more synthesizer focused, with a darker guitar part, trees everywhere, focused with a darker guitar part in the middle, with synthesizers going crazy in violent response. So this one is a bit darker and a bit longer, but it's let's go. Destruction. So that was that track called Destruction. Yeah, so in the end, a bit of white noise. It always works. It's always great. Filtered out white noise. Or other like pink noise. So many cool noises. Next up, the title track, the theme track, the ScourgeBringer, track number 26. So this is a version of the menu/title track of ScourgeBringer. The actual in-game version is a interactive, semi-generative music system running in real time. I have a video in YouTube going through this track in more detail. If you're interested, check it out. Just go the music of ScourgeBringer or menu music of ScourgeBringer, or just look at Joonas Turner on YouTube. I have a video there kind of going into more specifics of this track and showing you layers and how it all works. But it's an interactive piece. It's a semi-generative. It's a system that rewrites the song every time it loops. And even when it's running, it's deciding, will I play a drum hit there? Will I play a drum hit there? Will I trigger that bass over there? Or will I do those strings over there? It's doing all this by itself. Just when you're in there in the menu, the music changes every time. Just like the game. The levels change, so does the music in the menu. This version, the original soundtrack version, is a hand-placed version made out of the same building blocks of the semi-generative system. At the end you can hear the return of the talking heads that you might find in the credits section of the menu. I'm sure going to miss this gold mine of an idea. The talking heads were, I don't know, there's something about them that just... something about them. Oh yes, so let's see, I had something in my mind but forgot. Cool, about the talking heads, I think now is a good time to say that the menu credits talking heads, maybe half of those, most of it is just doing like random sounds like that, but I'm also giving shout outs to various cats, like a cat that I lived with for many years until old age did its thing. Vallu forever. Oh no, Vallu forever. And my cats Neria Bali, and shouting out my friends' cats, saying stuff like development team cats and stuff. It was, I wanted to shout out some cats because cats are great. So let's listen to the theme of ScourgeBringer. was the theme track for ScourgeBringer. Next up, the Talking Heads. Rabber dabber. Next up is a very experimental track. And I definitely wanted this in the soundtrack. A lot of my co-workers were like, are you sure about this track? And I was like, yes, because this is just a different kind of music, different form of music. It's weird and fun and, to me, exciting. So, this is a version of the music that plays when you're selecting a perk from the Altar of Blood. So the track is called Altar of Blood. I guess in some sense this is a semi-generative music too inside the game. It's the same piece of music layered at least 3 times, one on top of each other, and stretching each layer's pitch every time it starts again, except for one layer that is always fixed. It always plays the same thing, but the other layers stretch in time, shorter or longer. And I really like the feel of this myself. It's just a very lazy Moog DFAM riff. Just the laziest riff ever that feels like it's both going nowhere as well as totally going to places. Sometimes I listen to this when writing long emails, especially the in-game version. I'm like, okay, Altar of Blood, let's write some emails. Dun, 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 dun. It works. It's great for that. So this is kind of like a soundtrack compilation of what it might sound like in the game. So let's have a listen to a few minutes of weird music. The Altar of Blood. Alright, so that was the music for The Altar of Blood. And now the last track of the original soundtrack is actually the battle layer, the battle music for the tutorial area. This track is called Through the Portal. I wanted the feeling of the tutorial to be a bit more of a mechanical one, with a learning the buttons tone in it, if that makes sense. Really milking the Moog DFAM here again, and enjoying editing the drums into jumpy patterns. Again, similar to Enter the Monolith, I made this to be more of a appetizer of things to come. Not too heavy, more of a kind of to shoo the players in. That's also why this track is the last track. A bit like the game, looping naturally with the start of the soundtrack. So listen to this, the last track, and the first track of the soundtrack. When this ends, the first track starts and the whole soundtrack works as a loop. So cool. Let's listen to track number 28, the last track of the soundtrack. Through the portal. Thank you. That was a rundown of the original soundtrack for ScourgeBringer. I hope you enjoyed me rambling and mumbling about how the tracks were, kind of the ideas behind the tracks. Soon, when the stream ends, I'm going to... Actually, no. Right now, I'm going into my web browser and I just updated the soundtrack to be released. So the soundtrack is currently released in my Bandcamp, which is kissa3.bandcamp.com. KISSAKOLME.bandcamp.com. I have also added these notes. They might have typos in them and stuff. I will go back to them and fix the text because I wrote it really hastily yesterday, 3 a.m. So, yes. So, the soundtrack is released. This has been great. I have loved to have been able to kind of tell you about my work and listen through it with you. And finally, this long project. Now the music's released, and tomorrow the game is released. This is a very nice time. Thank you again. Thank you for joining. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope you will enjoy ScourgeBringer. Goodbye from me, Joonas Turner. Check me on Twitter. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Catch you later.
Alright, so in just a few moments I'll be coming back. It's me, Thomas. Just taking a little break of a few seconds, and I'll be back without the cat mewing, and just for closing comments and some more pizza. All right. Okay, I'm all set up. So I hope that you've been enjoying this stream. It looks like it was quite a blast, and Joonas seems to have, he seems to have really enjoyed it, and I hope that you've been enjoying this preview of the soundtrack, and I hope that you've been enjoying also all the insights from the team. And again, I'd like to thank you all for dropping by. And just before we go, I'm going to throw one more time the pizza giveaway. So, as you may know, if you've been there from the start of the stream, or if you catch midway, we are giving away real pizza. And to enter the pizza giveaway, you just have to answer this question, which is written on the screen, which is into what shape would you cut your pizza? Would it be triangle, square, or spiral? Just answer this, and we are still going to have 4 pizza to be gave away. So don't be shy, or even put an emoji to just raise a hand, and we'll keep this going until just before I end the stream. Also, again, thanks a lot to the world development team and to the team at Dear Villagers who's been organizing all this, and everybody today has been wonderful. Everybody has been doing great. So thanks again to Trish, Pia, Adrien, Joonas et mon collègue Florian. And super cool day. We're going to see you tomorrow for the release of the game. And I do believe that some people may be able to access the game even earlier. If you pre-order the game on Nintendo Switch, I believe that at midnight, in 1 hour from now, the game is supposed to unlock. So if you are a Nintendo Switch pre-orderer, you should be able to get the game before. And so the game is releasing now in a few hours. It's going to be available on Steam, on Good Old Games, on the Epic Game Store, on the Nintendo Switch, and on Xbox One, and also going to be available within the Xbox Game Pass on both PC and console. So that's it. That was one hell of a ride, and see you tomorrow for the launch. And thank you again for dropping by. I'm pretty sure everybody on the stream and on the streamers had a really good time. And so are we good with the pizza giveaway? Yeah, it looks like it. So I'm going to close this in 3, 2, 1, go. So 4 more people are going to be contacted to get a free pizza ordered for them. And we are likely going to do some more pizza giveaway on our Discord for our community members. So if you are community members, you've still got to get a chance to get more pizza. So if you have any question, feel free to drop them. I'm going to check this now. So wait, what if you already have the game on Steam though? On Steam, the game is going to unlock. So the full version of the game is going to unlock at 4 p.m. European time. So I don't know what's that in your time zone, but at 4 p.m. European time, it's going to unlock. So it's going to be a simple game update. And so the soundtrack is now released on Bandcamp. And know that if you buy the soundtrack through Bandcamp, Joonas is getting all the proceeds. So if you love the band, know what to do. And of course, the soundtrack is also going to be available through Steam, Good Old Games, and Epic Games, and the supporter pack, which includes game prototypes, artworks, and the comic prequel from Adrien and Pia. And all of this going to release tomorrow. So yeah, congratulations to Hugo, Tomato, Captain Bill, and Jack Patix Mars, for winning a pizza. So you're going to be contacted by Michael and Lou from The Villagers, and they are going to get instruction to you to get a pizza and make the right choice. Make it with pineapple, please. Okay, so if you love the man who couldn't love, who couldn't love Joonas? Will it be released on YouTube? Do you mean the soundtrack? The soundtrack will hopefully be released on YouTube at some point. Not right away, because we didn't have the time to properly figure out how to upload this to YouTube, because we would like to make a cool presentation of the soundtrack. And for now, we didn't have the time to. But most definitely, we are going to put the soundtrack on YouTube at some point. It's going to be likely on the YouTube of Joonas, because it's his soundtrack, so it should be on his channel. And if you talk about the replay of this very stream, we are going to put it on YouTube as well. So it's right now, it's been 4 hours. So the whole 4 hours of this stream is going to be put on YouTube. I'm going to check if there are any more questions before stopping. That looks like it. It looks like, So very, very cool. So it's been super, super nice from you all. Really, really stoked by the reception from this stream. And really glad that the setup held on, because it was really complex for at least me to set up, because I am not like a very streaming person. So I'm glad that this setup held on this well, and that the quality has been hopefully good on your side. And cool. So see you around, and catch you on Discord, on Twitter, on wherever we are, and feel free to hit us up. And thank you very much. Thank you for all the good vibes, and likewise to you. So see you, and hopefully have good fun with the game. Bye.